Okay, just need to get stuff set up for this and invite some people. So, yeah, that's kind of what we're going to do first off. Go here, here. Okay. All right. Let's invite people from Battle of the Bookish. There we go. Okay. So hopefully people show up. If you are here, say hello. I'd like to see some peeps come hang out with me for the evening. This is not normally when I do sprints. This is just the only time I was able to do it because earlier today I went and got my hair cut. So had stuff to do, and I figured it'd be a nice way to wind down. Hi, how are you? Thank you for joining me today. Yeah, I figured one of the things I wanted to do with this year was every Saturday just do a sprint kind of thing. Hi, Destiny. Oh, you guys, hold on. We have a little visitor. Come here, Bubba. Come here. Come here. He heard I was in my office, so he decided he wanted to come hang out. Say hello to Oscar. Ow, 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 ow. What the heck, dude? Why are you so energetic? Okay. He wants to run. Ouch. Scratch the crap out of my chin. Hi, everybody. So welcome. As I was saying before, Oscar decided he wants to come lay at my feet because I'm in the office, and this is where he lays when I'm in the office. I just wanted this year, aside from Battle of the Bookish stuff, to do weekend reading sprints. I know. Oh my gosh, a sharp cutie for sure. Yeah. I don't know if it was his tooth or his claw that got me exactly. I'm not sure. Claw, nail, would you call them both? I guess I don't really know. But I wanted to basically do weekend reading sprints this year outside of Battle of the Bookish. So every Saturday you guys can come hang out with me. They won't be this late, mind you. They'll be 1 to 5 like I was doing them in January. Today, though, I went and got my hair cut. So I could not go and get sprints done this afternoon. And plus my mom was also visiting, so I just didn't have the time. But yeah, I didn't do much with my hair. I just got some layers put in because I needed my hair is like deceptively thick. So it basically just it's a lot of hair, but it's still fairly fine. So it's just very heavy all the time. And so I got some of that taken out. I got the underside cut because I had that done in June and I really liked it. And then I basically just got little face framing bangs. So I love it. I feel like it makes me feel much better. I was for the last several months just hating how I look with my hair. And so I just feel so much better now having had it just have some body put into it. Thank you, Laura. That makes me happy that you guys like it. So anyway, okay, so I don't know. I know Destiny has been here with the other sprints I've done with Battle of the Bookish, but there's my dice tray. Okay. Hi, Danielle. Welcome. So if you guys are new to how I do sprints, it's not necessarily the most original way I do them, but because I know other people have done them in the past, whatever, but excuse me, my nose is starting to run. I do dice sprints, basically. So if you guys are familiar with Becca and the books, she does dice sprints where it's with 2 6-sided die, and each number corresponds to 5 minutes. So if she rolls a 12, a 6 and a 6, it's a full hour. I do the same thing, except the only difference is that I use a D12 as opposed to 2 6-sided die. So same rules apply. A 1 is 5 minutes, all the way up to a 12, which is a full hour. And what I do is I will basically roll this, and it'll determine how long our sprints are going to be, or at least like that sprint that we're going to be doing. The couple things though with that is that I don't really ever do 5-minute sprints. I do them on my Twitch streams because I am doing some reading sprints on Twitch as well. If you'd like to go check that out. I did them on Thursday, but I don't know how often I'm going to do them on there. It's going to be kind of when I feel like I don't have anything else I want to do on Twitch is when I'll do reading sprints. So I reserved the 5-minute sprints for that, but I also, for the first sprints, will not do anything more than half an hour because I feel like doing that would be too much time. Like, I feel like everybody needs kind of a warm-up to get into the sprints. So I won't do anything past half an hour for the first sprint. So, all right. Sorry, my nose is wanting to run like crazy. I need to find tissues. Give me 1 second. Okay, got them. All right, so, oh, my nose. All right, so before we get started with our first sprint today, I want everybody to let me know what you guys are planning on reading for today. I am going to be working on Black Sun by Rebecca Rohnhorse. I'm very excited for this. I haven't started it as of yet today, but it's part of my TBR for this month, which if you are a subscriber of my channel and watch my TBR videos, it is one of the books that is on my D20 TBR list. I already have 2 of those books done for this month, and this is the 3rd one. An Enchantment of Ravens. I've heard that's really good. I have that myself, but I've not read it, so I hope that you enjoy that. But yeah, I'm going to be reading Black Sun. It is going to be one of my reads, like I said, for my Wheel of D20 books. So very excited for that. I'm going to be basically reading and annotating the ebook while listening to the audiobook, because for some reason I've been having this thing where I am really enjoying reading and listening to the audiobooks, like especially if I can get them through like Scribd or my Libby app. Blackout. Is that the collection with like Tiffany D. Jackson and Angie Thomas and all that? Because I have that book, and that is one of the ones I would like to try to read this month if I can. Still working on The Stand. The Stand! Oh my gosh, Destiny, I have like a whole reading vlog review for that book. You should check out. I mean, granted, it's a long one, but I have read and I really enjoyed that book. Like, it is one of my top 20 Stephen King books so far. Like, amazing. I really, really think you're going to like it. Are you reading the extended edition by any chance? Because I read the extended edition, and that was a trip. On page 52 of The Name of the Rose by Umberto Eco. Ooh, I've never heard of that. What kind of book is that, Laura? Is it like it sounds like it might be a fantasy of some kind. I don't know. But yeah, the collection of short stories. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I have that, and I really, really want to read that this month. Just to really, I think, I don't know, just like I love Tiffany D. Jackson. I love Angie Thomas. I love Nicola Yoon, and with it being, Black History Month, I do want to try and read a lot of Black authors during the month, and I tried to make my TBR as close to that as I could. So that is on my list of authors I would like to read from. It might not be in my TBR video that I mentioned a bunch of Black authors I wanted to read, but it is one that is on my shelf that I'm like, if I can get a chance to read this, I'm going to try to read it. And even regardless of Black History Month, I would like to try to read it like as soon as I can, just because I'm really anticipating how that's going to go. Switching between Good Girl Complex by Elle Kennedy and some manga. Oh, I have so much manga on my shelves I need to get through. I'm like dying. Like, I need to get through so much of my... I have so many books I need to get through. It's ridiculous. Only halfway through. Definitely top 5 King so far. And yeah, seriously, it is like it has got to be, I wouldn't say necessarily a fan favorite, but it is definitely one of the books that I think a lot of people seem to think is like, other than the Dark Tower series, is like one of their better Stephen King books. Like, especially if you were willing to take the time to read it, because I feel like a lot of people are intimidated by its size and some of the content that's involved. It's just, I loved it. And I would, yes, definitely check out the vlog because I have some very, very interesting thoughts, especially because this was before I started the Dark Tower series. And there's some interesting things that I found out that are involved with the Dark Tower that if you then watch the Dark Tower videos that I did, you'll see some other things pop up with that in terms of what particular character that's involved. Very, very fun. I highly recommend, if you're going to read Stephen King, to do it the way I'm doing it, where it's basically you read chronologically in terms of publication. And if you come across a series, you read the series in its entirety. And this is, I think, really helpful because, like, especially with the Dark Tower series, reading the entire Dark Tower series, like when it first came out, like, and then all the books involved in it, it definitely, I think, made a lot more sense in terms of like some of the books I read in the past of Stephen King, basically, that like a lot of stuff made sense by that point. And then everything that he had come out with by the time the first book came out, a lot of things like started to make sense like down the line in terms of the universe and stuff like that. So definitely would recommend that just because I think it makes the most sense in order to like start seeing how things kind of play together. Okay, so we are at almost 15-minute mark. So let's get started with doing some sprints. Find it's so easy for manga to pile up. Oh my gosh, yes. So true. So I'm trying to get through some of this weekend before more shows up. Yeah. No, I'm not kidding. I slowly have been starting to collect manga, specifically ones that like also I want to watch the anime series of. Like I've got like the first 5 volumes of Attack on Titan. I have the first 8 or 9 volumes of Bleach. And I have 2 volumes of Black Butler and I think 2 volumes of Death Note. And then I have like a bunch of Junji Ito. I have some, not a bunch, but I have quite a few books of Junji Ito. Long story short, I'm on a book buying ban for a reason. I love how so much of his work connects. I know, it's read 13 titles so far, but I definitely want to read the rest chronologically. I would suggest it. There's definitely some things where, oh my gosh, so I don't want to say anything without spoiling the Dark Tower specifically, because there are some things that come up in like the later books of the Dark Tower that I am shocked. I will just say I am shocked with how he connects some of his most earlier works to the Dark Tower. That is all I will say, because there are some books of the Dark Tower series that play into some very, very early Stephen King books that I'm like, where in the hell do you find the tie for that? But it makes total sense, but it was so fun to see how everything ties in when you get through the Dark Tower. Like, blew my mind, truthfully. Black Butler is a favorite. Yeah, I have heard Black Butler is like a big favorite for a lot of people. I remember when it was around when I was like middle school, so it's been always one I've wanted to read, and like I'm genuinely like excited for it once like Mind Like a Trap. True, very, very true. Hope you enjoy when you get to it. I think I will. I have had so much fun reading manga when I get to read it. It's just kind of one of those things where like, if I'm going to read it, I'm going to like binge read a bunch of it. So I'm kind of waiting for the right opportunity to do that. Name of the Rose is set in the 14th century following a Benedictine and a Franciscan brother who travel to an abbey and investigate strange deaths. Ooh, historical. I like it. I like it a lot. Sounds very fun. Okay. I'm so happy you guys are all here. I did not expect everybody to come hang out with me today, truthfully, because it's very late for most people. So, all right, we're going to get started with the first one. Let's see what we end up getting. Remember, we're not doing 5-minute ones and nothing more than 30 for the first one. So let's see what we get. That's an 11. We are not doing 55 minutes. There we go. Okay, so that one we landed on a 5. So we're going to do 25 minutes of sprinting. I am going to pull up a YouTube timer. Fair warning, because I figured this out when I was doing this on my Twitch stream. It is very possible that this timer is going to scare you. Like it might, like the ending beeping might freak some people out, because it definitely scared me when I was doing these sprints on Twitch. Where did it go? I just saw it. There it is. Okay. So do this, and then I gotta share my screen. Share my screen. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're gonna do 25 minutes of sprinting. So we're gonna come back around the, what is it? 37, 42 minute mark, something like that. Anyway, everybody enjoy your reading. If you want to place what page you are currently on in your books to start off with so you can see your progress, feel free to. That is totally fine. Otherwise, I will see you guys in about 25 minutes. Let's do it. Okay, everybody. Hope that didn't scare you too bad. But that is it for that first sprint. Hope everybody did well. I got through 24 pages. I'm currently in chapter 2. Has anybody else here read Black Sun by any chance? And would be willing to talk with me real quick about that first chapter? That was intense. Yeah, so, all right, give me 1 second. I'm going to get myself situated because my husband came and stole back the tissues. So I got to have a space for the tissues I'm using and put my Kindle down, and I'm a mess, if you can't tell. Okay. Get rid of that. All right. So how did everybody do with that first sprint? We'll start the next one, I think, at the 50-minute mark. We'll start there. Baby decided to be a little daredevil, so I only got through 10 pages. Oh, no! Don't be daredevil, baby. Don't do that. That's not good. Don't be daredevil. Oh, yeah, so I'm not sure what I think of Black Sun yet. It's a little info dumpy in some places, like in the second chapter specifically. But that first chapter was really, really intense. Like, that was bizarre. Ooh, 50% mark on the audiobook. Yay! Awesome. How are you liking it so far? And answer me this. Do all the stories connect? Or are they all just individual stories involving the Black experience? I'm curious about how that is, because I don't know much about Blackout. All I know is it's just a bunch of stories written by Black authors. Started late and went back to the beginning of my chapter, so not much progress. Aw, that's okay though. At least you were able to get through some of it, so that's good. Oh, goodness. Ouch. Back all of a sudden got super itchy. Oh, so, yeah. I don't know what else to say. I always think that when I go to do these sprints, I'm going to have something to talk about, and then I feel like I just have nothing to talk about until the next sprint. Oscar? Oh, Oscar! Hi, Bubba. Hi, baby. Are you going to come hang out in here? You going to lay down in the blanket? Yeah, I think he is. Oh, no, he's going to go inside the blanket. That's what we're going to do, because he likes being at my feet. Yep. He's going to camp out in the blanket. Yep. Yeah, he's laying at my feet. Because when I work here during the day, this is where he sleeps. He comes and hangs out in here with me all day while I work, and he sleeps. He's a pretty easy puppy, which is good. And you're right, little man. You're right. Where are you? Hi. Hi. Let's make a boy. Yes, definitely. Gotta be cozy. Love it. Right now it's good. Different Black love stories that will connect since they're all talking about the same party. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, because that is what I like about with anthologies of sorts. I love it when the stories are able to connect. I'm fine with it, them centering around a theme, kind of idea. But I love, I really, really liked Let It Snow with John Green, Maureen Johnson, and Lauren Miracle. I really, really liked that one because I loved how all three stories connected around the same area and the same time frame. So I think I'm definitely going to really like that one because I love it when stories connect. It's very fun. Yeah. This blanket that I have, it's very fluffy. The inside's kind of like a fleece material, and it's very thick. So he either will crawl inside the blanket to sleep on my feet that are underneath the blanket, or he will sleep on top of the blanket on my feet. It depends on how cozy he wants to be at that given moment. Currently, he is under the blanket near my feet. He's not on my feet because I don't have the ability to have him on my feet right now. Have an audiobook Hold for Black Sun for my library. That should come in soon. Okay. What page number do you usually DNF, or is it just based on individual books? Okay, so see, I have an issue with DNFing too, because I am also a completionist. This is a great question. For me, it definitely depends on the book. However, I usually have a goal in mind, no matter how long the book is, to give it at least 10 to 25%. More often than not, I give some things the benefit of the doubt and go more toward 25%. But there are definitely times where if the first 10% really do not gel well with me for any reason, like I don't like the characters, I hate the writing, the plot's not very interesting, I could DNF it at 10% and feel comfortable with it. That is where it really depends on the book, because it depends on how in general I'm feeling. Like if I find something of interest, I will push it to that 25% and maybe DNF it at that point if, I'm not enjoying it. But if it's really, really bad for me, 10% usually. Yes, he is such a perfect little foot warmer. And the thing is too, is like, he's still like very little. So, like puppies, just like babies, basically, they sleep a lot because they're growing. And so that's basically what he does. If he's in here, because I usually have the door to the office closed, but I have it open now so that he can travel back and forth since my husband's here, so he will usually have the door closed so he stays in here with me so that I can keep an eye on him. I know where he is, that kind of thing. So if he's not playing with his toys that are in here to keep from being bored, he sleeps because there's nothing else for him to do, and he tires out quicker. Tried the audiobook for Black Sun, and I decided to wait until I have a physical copy. I had a hard time following the first chapter with just the audiobook. Yeah, that is something I will say with this, is I definitely feel like it was the smart decision for me to read the ebook or a physical copy basically while listening to the audiobook. I don't know what it is with me recently, but the last several months, especially with anything high fantasy related or any fantasy in general, it is hard for me to be able to visualize with the audiobook if I'm not also reading it with my eyes. And it is hard for me to then also visualize if I'm reading with my eyes if I don't have the audiobook through Scribd, my library, whatever it is. So I don't know why that is. I think it's because I'm just not able to visualize and like have the brain power to visualize things anymore like I used to. But I think that if I was to try to only do one or the other, I would have such a hard time with this. Because that first scene, the first chapter was very, very intense that I feel like I would only get that experience with reading both at the same time, Last book I DNF was around 30%, had a good plot, but it was slow, and the way the teenagers spoke had me rolling my eyes constantly, completely unrealistic. Yeah. See, and that's the thing. And it, like I said, depending on, for me, how that goes, I probably would have DNF'd something like that at like 10%. But again, it depends, because if there's something that is interesting enough for me, I can look past some things a little bit more. But if by 25% I'm still not really feeling it, then I feel like it's a good reason for me to DNF it. But I try to give things a good, fair shot if I can. I've embraced DNFing in the last year. I usually try to give it at least 15 to 20%, but don't count it towards my reading goal if it's under 30. Yeah. See, and that's the other thing too, is I don't usually count things toward my reading goal if I DNF'd them, because it doesn't make sense for me. Because like my reading goal is always finished books, right? And I think that's for most people. And if you count your DNFs as part of your reading goal, that is more than fair. You are totally fine to do that, in my opinion, if you feel like that is what you need to do. But personally, for me, I'm on that train where I don't count it towards my reading goal because I don't feel like I've actually done anything with it. I definitely will count, like if I go through, where's my bullet journal? Where did I put you? I think it's in the living room, but if I'm like tracking pages with my bullet journal, I definitely will count those pages toward my overall page count for that month because I still read those pages, but I won't count it as a completely finished book and put it toward my reading goal for that year because it's not finished. And for me, I like to track the finished ones. So made it all the way to the 50% this year in a book, wasn't hooked and didn't care about the characters. I never count them towards my goal. Yeah. See, and I would even say, like, the ones that I get that far with 50%, where I finally DNF something, that is a very hard decision for me. I have only, I think, had that happen a couple of times in my life where I got through like half the book and finally just said, screw this, I'm done with it. And that had taken already like a lot of negotiating with myself because it was kind of one of those things where I was hoping so much for it to get better and it just never did. And I think those are the biggest disappointments, in my opinion, where I spent all that time working on something for that long. And then like you get to that point and you decide that you're going to DNF it and you're like, well, I just feel like I wasted so much more time than I should have. And that's like always, I feel like the biggest disappointment for me personally, but gosh, that's why I try to like remind myself that if it's like, especially with Black Sun, if I don't feel like, you know, for instance, that in the first 10%, I'm really jiving with it, which I am, I like it. I'm just undecided of what exactly my feelings are as of yet. Like if I don't like it by 10%, 25%, it's fine. I'll just DNF it. Usually count it at 30% because then it's usually between 100 to 50 pages and it's kind of like reading it, having read a novella. That's fair. You know, and like if that's what you decide to do, that's more than fair. I will never tell anybody how they should or shouldn't track their own stuff because it's all subjective, right? Personally, that's just not how I do it. But it's more than okay for somebody else to do it if that's how they feel. Like if that's what they think is best for them or what makes the most sense to them, do that. Who am I to tell you that, you know, you can't do something, right? I wouldn't want somebody telling me what I'm doing is wrong and that it's not right. Sometimes if a book is terrible enough, I'll just hate read it to have something to complain about. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if you guys like have seen my TBR video for February, there is a book that it's slated for a prompt that's called a rant, where basically it's a book I will have to read and do some kind of ranty review about whether I hate it, love it, or am lukewarm about it, and like have to talk about how much I don't feel like I got anything out of it. Because there's definitely been times I've been very lukewarm about something and I've been sorely disappointed by it. This month I have to read Republic by Plato. I am not at all sure how that's going to go. I feel like a video like that is going to be just me saying this was super pedantic or whatever, but like, who knows? I might read it and actually enjoy it, but I'm a little curious to see how that rant review is going to go because I don't know if I'm going to hate read it and have a lot to complain about with it, or if it's going to be just completely like lukewarm and I'm going to be like, what do I even say about this? So struggle is real when you keep reading a book because you want to love it, but because the concept should be perfect for you, but you hate every second of it. Oh my gosh. I've not had that happen in a long time, but I do remember the feeling of when that happened for me the first time where I was like, oh my gosh, everyone's saying I'm going to love this. It seems to be right up my alley. And I just hate it. I have had that happen. I had that happen a lot more when I was like younger, but yeah. I'm trying to think, what book did I read when I was younger where that really seemed to happen? Oh crud, what was it? It was a very popular series too. Oh, Twilight. Yeah. That's how I felt with Twilight. Because I love vampire books. It is one of my most favorite paranormal like story like things. And I remember when Twilight had come out and everybody was raving about it and how everyone was saying that if you love vampires, you're going to love this. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I hated it. I couldn't get through the first sentence of Twilight without wanting to cringe. And I was in middle school when I tried to read that. So if you have a middle schooler who's cringing at your work, that should say a lot. And I could not stand the movies either. Like, I couldn't do it. But I wanted so badly to love those books because all of my friends loved them. They were such a huge hit for so many people. I wanted to love it. I couldn't find any reason to. I never got the hype. I never have understood the hype with them. And I don't think I ever will, because I'm now 24 years old and I still don't understand why people really like that series. Because the older I get, the worse I start to see of how that series actually is, just from people talking about it. I mean, if you still love it, you still love it. Like, that's cool. I'm happy for you. But the more I see that comes out about what happens in that, just the same thing with like Harry Potter, you know, the more that comes out about what really things are about within that book, makes me hate it a little bit more, you know, like it gives me more reason not to read it, you know. Now, Harry Potter is a bit of a different story, because I do have a Deathly Hallows tattoo, because it is a series that I greatly loved as a child, but I'm never going to disregard the issues surrounding around it. And I have not picked it up in several years because of that, because I don't feel the need to, and I also don't want to like encourage other people to read it because of Turfling. So anyway, all right, I got off my soapbox there for a minute. So let's get started with our next sprint. I know we've just sat in here and talked for about 15 minutes, which is more than fine for me, but I know you guys are here for sprints, and I'm here for sprints. So let's do some sprints, huh? All right, so we're going to try to see if we can do a longer one. And go. Okay, so that time we rolled a 9. So that means we're going to do a 45-minute sprint this time. Let me get a 45-minute timer and get it started for everyone. I don't know what this voice is. I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. All right, peeps. What am I? These sprints are very much chaotic Gabby energy. If you don't know me personally, this is not how I usually am. This is when I'm feeling sassy. So, okay. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? 45 minutes of reading. Let's do it. Go. Okay, folks, 45-minute sprint is done. Great job. Okay, Thrifty Simplicity, thank you for joining. No worries. We are going to be doing sprints for the next little more than 2 hours, basically. We're going to midnight in my time zone. I'm not quite sure where that is for you. I am in the Eastern Standard Time Zone, so we basically have a little less than 2 hours and 15 minutes left. So you are plenty of time to get some reading in or whatever you would like to do. So how did everybody do with that one? I got through about 52 pages, I think, in that sprint. And I even took a little bit of time to go refill my glass of wine and go get my bullet journal. I was like, what else did I do? Yeah, so very pleased with that. Need to find a good pen. This will do. Cross these things off. I've got like a little reading schedule I'm trying to keep track of, but how did everybody do that time? So now I'm like almost 20% of the way through Black Sun, and I like it. I just feel like I like the fact that there's so far 3 perspectives in this, and they're all from different parts of this world. I just wish, I hate this so much with multi-perspective stories. It is very rare I find multi-perspective stories that have like the character names involved in the beginning of their chapters. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves is when authors or publishers, they don't give the names of the characters that you see the perspective of in chapters, just because like it seems like it would be such a simple thing to do. Like, why can't you just put the name at the top of the chapter so I know who we're looking from? Like, stop making me do all the guesswork. Yay, baby to bed. Yay, bedtime. Awesome. Yeah, Oscar, when I went to go refill my glass of wine, he went out in the living room and he came back in for like a hot second and then he left again. So I don't know where he is. He's probably somewhere with my husband. Because if he's not following me around, he definitely follows him around everywhere. So, oh. Okay. So, what was I going to say? I was going to say something. 16% this time. Nice. So you're now like about 2/3 of the way. That's awesome. Maybe you'll be able to finish it today. That would be kind of nice. Okay, so for anyone else that is new, if you don't know how I do reading sprints, I basically do dice-based reading sprints where I roll a D12 that, has 5-minute increments going from 5 minutes at a 1 to an hour at 12. So I don't do, though, 5-minute sprints. I think that that's silly. At least here on my YouTube channel, I definitely do 5-minute sprints, though, like out on my Twitch when I do reading sprints over there. But we just finished doing our 45-minute one. So I think we're going to give us to the hour mark just to get everybody settled. That was a really long one for some people, so definitely go use the bathroom, get a snack, get a drink, whatever you might need to do for the next 10 minutes, basically. Go do that. I took a little bit of time during that sprint to do that myself, so I'm all set. But yeah, so for my people that were here for Battle of the Bookish, I hope you guys end up having a fun time. We are working on getting through, just kind of, I think, taking a little bit of a break from, obviously doing the readathon stuff, but we will be discussing stuff for the future here pretty soon, probably sometime this next week. We will be going through stuff for that for the future. So keep your eyes peeled on our Discord because you might see some stuff come through soon. Okay, it's a 7-hour book. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because like with it for one being like short stories, basically, it feels like it would probably go through pretty quick, and then on top of it, it's a small book, so that makes total sense. think the audiobook for Black Sun is like 12 and a half hours, something like that, because the book itself is like 454 pages. So I think it's like 12 and a half hours usually for an audiobook with something that's like 450 pages, something like that. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know what it is today, but I can't think of much else to say. I think it's just been, it's different trying to do reading sprints here like than it is like during Battle of the Bookish, because I feel like we talk about with stuff with Battle of the Bookish quite a bit, because you know, like we talk about like how the readathon's going, how people are doing, they have questions about how things go, you know, for pages and points and stuff like that. So, and I feel like some of you guys are from that, so you kind of already know how things are going with me currently. So it's like, how much do I have to repeat? How much do I have to say? You know, that kind of stuff. So, however, though, I do want to say, if you're at all new to my channel at all, and you would like to see these more, and you want to be notified of like when I do these, please feel free to subscribe. I know I'm doing a bit of a plug here. I apologize, but I feel like I have to. You have to do some kind of self-advertising every now and then. But if you're new here, please feel free to subscribe and hang out with me. I do post bookish content as often as I can. But every Saturday I do reading sprints now from normally 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 5 p.m. Today is the exception because I had some plans going on today that I had to take care of. So I had to start this later in the day. However, if you guys feel like it is more beneficial for me to do sprints later in the day, like this time on a Saturday night, let me know, because I would be willing to change it. It's just usually I feel like I don't have a lot going on normally during my weekends to where I could do the afternoon ones. But then again, now with Oscar, you know, it might be better for me to do the evening ones. So let me know what you guys think, if you think I should do evening ones, because I could definitely change the time and make it something where it's later in the day and it's a nice way to decompress. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Also, I think I have it all linked in my description, but I have also Twitter, Instagram. I don't know if my Twitch is linked. I don't remember, but I do end up streaming on Twitch twice a week. And what else? Oh, I also have TikTok that I'm posting on quite regularly now. I'm trying to do daily videos, like vlog style kind of things on my TikTok, my personal one, which then also go to my Instagram. So if you don't follow me on TikTok, but you want to see those, you just follow my Instagram too, because they'll all go on there. Want to make a bit more of a dent in Legendborn. Oh, that's another one I really want to read. I can't get it because unless I get it through the library, because I'm on a book buying ban. But that is another one I really, really, really want to read. I have heard nothing but good things. And I really, really want to read that one. God. Okay. I've heard so many good things about that one. And I don't know what it is, but that cover for Legendborn is like just stunning to me. I don't know if it's like the art of the character or if it's the red and blue colors, but that cover is just stunning to me. Like, it is one of my most favorite covers of books I've ever seen, truthfully. All right. Ouch. Good itch. I thought I saw an Oscar come in, but I don't think he stayed. I think he left again. New to your channel, YouTube suggested your channel to me earlier this month, I think, but evenings on a weekend are nice. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so happy to see that like my channel is getting pushed out to new people. That is so stinking cool. Yay. I love seeing that. I hope that you enjoy what I have. I know that like, you know, I'm another little white girl, and so it's not always, you know, I feel like my voice is not nearly as important on stuff, but I really hope you like what I have to offer, and I hope that you would stick around. I think that these reading sprints for me are really fun. So yeah, I will definitely think about doing evenings on the weekend, because that might be more beneficial for me now that I've said that into existence in the long run. I need to be on a book buying ban. Oh, the crystal buying ban. I feel you. I had to go on a crystal and tarot card buying ban because I have too many. If we were able to be in my library right now, but we can't because like my best setup is here in my office. I have an entire bin full of tarot and oracle cards, and I'm fairly certain I have close to 50 crystals. If you don't know, I am a baby witch, so I have a stockpile of things that I use. It is definitely one of my passions. My practice is a little out of sorts right now just because I've been under a lot of stress mentally, but I'm doing okay. But yeah, I had to go on a crystal buying ban and tarot card buying ban for a while, but my book buying ban is so far going well. I will technically have to buy 2 books here, but they're not for me. They're for my sister for her birthday, so it doesn't 100% count, Bought 6 books today. Ugh. What books? Please tell me what books. I need to live vicariously through other people when it comes to purchasing books. Please tell me, Laura. Please tell me. Legendborn was such a good book. I read it for a library book club, and we all enjoyed it. I just heard so many good things about it. From the pure fantasy aspect of it, I've heard it is so fun. And then the fact, too, that it's like a magical school, which, because of books like the HP series, the magic school is one of my favorite tropes with fantasy. I think it's that and several other fantasy books I remember growing up with as a child. But I really, really like that trope. So I've heard that is like one of the better magic school tropes recently is Legendborn. Found you by searching for reading sprints. Well, awesome! That makes me so excited. I'm so glad that, because it might be because I'm going live. Like, that might be one way it's also getting pushed out. But I'm so glad that people are finding my channel, like, just through, like, random ways. Like, I know that there's quite a few people who were coming around when I started doing the Wheel of Time reviews, because I've been reading the Wheel of Time series. So, like, I'm super excited you guys are here and that, like, you just randomly found me. That makes me feel so good to, like, know that, like, my channel's not exactly, like, hidden. It's actually, like, people are finding it and they're seeing it. Like, that's really cool. 2 and 3 in the Shades of Magic series, 3 in Wayward Children, 2 and 3 in The Gentleman Bastards, and The Name of the Wind. The Name of the Wind! Oh my gosh. So, I know another magic school trope, that book that I love. That one, though, is very difficult for a lot of people. And I'm going to say it's because it's so slow. It is a character-driven book. When you go to read it, keep that in mind, because I did not know that going into it. But it is so worth your time if you are a huge fantasy character person. And we have an Oscar coming to join us again. Hello! Hi! Hello, my mister. Are you... Clonk right in the face. Okay, are you going to bed? Can you say hello to other peoples? Say hello. Hello. Nope, he's done. He's going. Goodbye. I love you. Be a good boy. So yeah, Name of the Wind. That also will happen from time to time. If you stick around, you will see my puppy come in and out on occasion, and my husband. But puppy. Yeah, so Name of the Wind, I would definitely say if you're going to read it, go into it with the knowledge from somebody who didn't really know anything going into it. It is very character driven. The plot is basically you're learning the life story of a character. Like, he is telling his story to a scribe who is writing down his biography in a sense. And I think that for a lot of people that would get very boring. But I really enjoyed it because it reminded me a lot of like a Dungeons and Dragons-esque kind of like character backstory kind of story. So if you like that kind of thing, I definitely think you would like that. And actually, funny enough, Patrick Rothfuss is a Dungeons and Dragons player, which does not surprise me because his work really speaks to, I think, a lot of Dungeons and Dragons players with the high fantasy aspect. Struggling through Legend-born fantasies are tough. Oh, goodness, I'm so sorry. I know, like, fantasies are not for everybody, and I totally get it. Like, it can be very, very difficult. I have some good suggestions for more lower urban fantasies. Legendborn definitely, I think, is not a high fantasy by any means, but it definitely plays more into fantastical elements with powers. There's some really good kind of magically realistic books that are like contemporary based stories, but have some magical influences that I think would be really good to start out with if you're having a hard time with fantasies. There's so many good ones. If you look up Anna Marie McLemore, they are a very, very good author when it comes to magical realism, where like their stories feel very magical, but they're not 100% always magic. Like it's kind of one of those weird, interesting, like magic involved kind of stories. You know what I mean? Like that, I definitely would suggest them if you have a hard time with fantasies, just to kind of get you interested in like the more magical aspects, but not so far like full-fledged like Legendborn is. Yeah, I definitely feel like a lot of people with Name of the Wind do not know what they are getting into. I did not. So if you like character-driven stories, you are going to like it. But if you are a very much plot-driven person, you're probably going to feel like you're dragging yourself through mud. Because I feel like at first that was what I had thought about. But the further I got into it, the more I became interested, especially when, because like I don't want to say anything without spoiling it, but there is like a lot of magic school involved in it. Or maybe not so much magic school, but school-based things involved in it that I think are very interesting when you get into them. That's all I'll say. Okay, so we are gonna prepare for our next sprint. We'll start in like 2 minutes. So let's see what we end up getting. Let's see. Okay, that one took a second because it was trying to land on a bunch of different ones. But what do we got here? Enjoyed some fantasies here and there. Like I like the Children of Blood and Bone series. Such a good series. Really, really loved that. Well, I say I loved it. I've only read the first one, but I actually am going to hopefully be rereading the first one and then reading the second one this month. That is like one of my most anticipated reads for this month, is to read those two, because I loved Children of Blood and Bone. Like, absolutely blew it out of the water for me. And the cliffhanger, like, I read it right before the second book had come out, and I was shocked and have been kind of chomping at the bit to read book 2. So I'm very excited to hopefully get to that later this month when I complete some other books that I have more high priority right now. Okay, anyway, so we got a 7. So that means we're going to do a 35-minute sprint this time. Let me see if I can find 35. Oh, maybe not. Hello. Do we have a 35-minute sprint? I don't see one. Let me see if I can just search for it. 35. Okay, cool. We'll do this one, I guess. Okay. Again, I don't know if this is going to have a alarm that's going to scare people. I apologize if it does. I don't try to scare people, but it is what it is, I guess, unfortunately. Okay, guys, 35 minutes of reading. We'll come back at around the 40-minute mark. I don't know if it'll be 10:40 for you guys, but 40-minute mark, we'll get some reading done, okay? Go. See you guys in 35 minutes. All right, folks, 35 minutes is up. How did we all do? I did basically stop a little early just because I got to the end of the chapter and there was only a minute left, so I didn't want to get too far into the next one. Ugh. I have to really constantly readjust because I can never be 100% comfortable, especially being in this chair for hours at a time, it feels like. So I think I basically got through almost 40 pages that time. I think it was somewhere between 35 to 40. I don't remember the exact number. Might have been 31. I don't know. No, not 31. I just said 35 to 40. 36. 35 or 36, maybe. Something like that. 21 pages. Nice. Good job, Destiny. It's a good rate. Oh, yeah. So I'm now 26% of the way through this. I literally just started this with sprints, and I'm already 26% of the way through because I'm on page 113. And I like it, but I don't love it. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle right now. I like it enough to where I want to continue and definitely finish it. But it's not wowing me in the way that I was kind of hoping. And that may be because I kind of thought too much of it, in my head. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm only a quarter of the way through it right now. Maybe my mind will change. I mean, at this point, we haven't even really got to a lot of the main plot, I think. We're just still kind of getting started with some of the plot developing. We kind of got through most of the expositional part of it, and now we're kind of getting started with the actual problems and journey that's going on within the story. So I think it should be hopefully picking up from here. So I don't know, we'll see. My goal for today was to get through to page 215, but I don't think I'm gonna get to that tonight. I might get close. I'm in the next couple sprints, I might be able to get to 175, maybe, which will be good. That's a good, 40 pages under my goal. That's not that bad at all. And I just want to be able to finish the book tomorrow, no matter what. So it's not really too difficult for me to read the rest of this book tomorrow. It'll be fine. Almost finished at the 82% mark. Awesome. Listening at 1.75 speed, and it felt kind of slow, so bumped it up to a 2. Yeah. I am listening to Black Sun on 2 speed while I read it on my Kindle. That's typically what I go with if I am. Sometimes I listen to it at 2 speed if I don't have the book with me, but especially if I'm reading the book along with it, it's 2 speed, sometimes 3 speed, depending on if the program I'm using can do that and if the book is super slow, speed-wise. 54% through Legendborn. Awesome. How are you liking it, being now over halfway through? You said earlier that you had a bit of a hard time with some fantasy. Is it doing okay? Are you doing all right with it? How you doing with it? What's going on? We will start the next sprint in probably about 5 minutes, let's say. So let's go to the 50-minute mark. So I think we're going to have time for at least one more sprint tonight. And that's going to depend on if it's a long one or not. If we have an hour sprint this next time, it might be our last one. But if we have something between 45 minutes to less than between 10 to 45 minutes, we could probably get 2 in. But I am also willing to go over the time I had, set up for this because it's Saturday night. I'm not doing anything else. Oscar is currently sleeping still down here. He is completely conked out. So I will have to go take him out at some point, probably after sprints are done, because he'll probably sleep through the rest of sprints. But once that's done, I'm going to have to go take him outside before I go to bed. So I wish I could show you guys what he looks like because he's so sweet. I love him. Normally listen at 2 speed, but the last book I listened to had some accents, so I brought it down a bit. Oh yeah, I totally get that. Like, especially like if there's words that are like in the language that I want to make sure I understand what they are. I definitely would I would bring the speed down too, just so I can make sure that that's clear for me. 21% on page 110. I thought I might DNF it, but it's starting to get good. See, that's what I'm saying. You know, you get through about 20%, 25%. Sometimes books that start off really weird and slow or not interesting start to get better. That's kind of why I tend to make it more my default to go for 25%. But if it's really, really, really bad, I'm fine with DNFing at 10%. Because at least I gave it a very fair shot to get through like a good chunk of the beginning. Pushing through it, brain won't allow me to believe in flying serpents and all their magic in the book. Hey, flying serpents don't hit for you like other things. That's fair. Some people have a hard time believing in magic in general. You know, if the magic doesn't make sense to you, it doesn't make sense to you, and it's weird. It totally, that's super fair. I totally get it. Hopefully it gets better. Hopefully you still enjoy it, in some capacity, by the end of it. But you're over halfway done. That's good. That's a really, really great thing. You've made it this far. Proud of you. Very proud of you for that. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I'm uncertain of how I feel of this at this point. I feel like, so I know I've said it a couple times, but if you don't know what I'm reading Black Sun by Rebecca Rohnhorse, which I had heard nothing but good things about from so many people. But I like this. It's just, I don't know, something about the way the story is being told. I think for one, it's the jumping between perspectives that doesn't seem to have clear indications, like my biggest pet peeve, like I was saying earlier. But on top of it, there's some points where especially when we see a character where okay, so the very beginning, the first chapter takes place 10 years before the rest of the story. And it's the first time we see this first character. When we get jumped ahead in time, the first time we see something from his perspective again, the next chapter, he jumps back 8 years in the past. So the jumping of the timeline is really weird and is another pet peeve of mine. I really dislike it when authors jump so much in timelines because it just makes my head spin. And it's hard for me to keep track of okay, this is what happened in the past. This is what happened more in the present. It's just one of those things where it's making me not confused, but I don't like the construction of it, I guess. I am somebody who is very linear. And when I write something where things from the past are involved, it has to be done either where it's consistently something in the past, something then, something in the past, something then, but not it would be evened out, or everything would be in the beginning. And this, it's you're jumping randomly at different points where it's convenient to tell parts of the story that happened years ago, and I don't like that. Don't understand my brain. I believe in Spider-Man swinging from buildings and casting a web from his wrist, but magic in a book, nope. That's actually totally fine because, if you think about it, Spider-Man is more sci-fi related because a lot of what, we're talking multiverse aspect here, okay, right? In some realities, it's an entire biological thing he's able to do, right? In others, it's technology-based, what he's able to do. So it's both ways, I think, more believable to see that he has these abilities and he has these things going on. Whereas magic, it doesn't seem like it's as realistic, and realism being like the funny word here, because magic, like seeing actual magic, like orbs of light or orbs of spells or whatever, whatever, like it's not something that we can process because we don't see it day to day. Whereas now, like Spider-Man, the stuff that he does can be boiled down to either biological aspects that like are genetically altered parts of his body, or all technology that has the ability to do what he needs to do. So that makes total sense to me. So I totally understand where you're coming from. Do not worry. You're not the only person that can have that like thought process. Prefer linear too. I don't mind books being broken up between the then and now, as long as it's just two different time frames and not jumping all over the place at random. I think that, I think that's my problem. Is it's more at random, it feels like, where the time jump happens, not like a consistent like evening out of like timeline. Because like I don't mind of books where it's like there's a then chapter, a now chapter, a then chapter, a now chapter. Like I don't mind that. I like that because my organized, like that's kind of how I am. And that's how I write. If I write in perspectives where like it jumps back and forth in time. And even if you have multiple POVs in it, it can be done where like chronologically things make sense. But jumping around at random when it seems convenient doesn't fly with me. I don't like that. If you're going to do that involved in the chapter. Like, I don't mind the info dumpiness if it's done smart. Like, I don't mind it, like, especially in this book, like, there's points where there's some info dump about some characters' past and, like, things about them that relate to things that happen when they grow up. I don't mind that if it's done smart, where, like, it's in the same chapter and it's not a 10-page thing. It's like boiled down to a couple of paragraphs, something about their personality based on things that happened when they were younger, But I will say there's a lot of points in this, especially like with fantasy, where I think that that's where a lot of people get tripped up with fantasy in general, especially with the world building, like looking magic aside kind of thing. I think a lot of people have an issue with fantasy because sometimes the world building can be very vast and like very heavy-handed because there's so much information that is thrown at you, because especially with the first book in any kind of a series involved in any world, right? There's so much information that the author has to throw at you to get you to understand how this world works. What are some of the ways that characters interact with each other? How does that dictate the relationships between classes, races, whatever the case may be, right? And I think that can be done smart. And then there's the issue, though, with like, what do you tell? What is the most important based in this scenario, which is what I think I like with how this is done in here, is like the stuff that's brought up is like, okay, this makes sense. Like, we're talking about this area. Here's some information about how the buildings look. Characters looking around town. There's a certain way that a character says something. How does that, relate to how other people say it in this area? Is it different? That kind of thing. Like, are they technically considered like a foreigner in this area? And how do they act compared to how the people from this area act, I think you're onto something. The probability of me believing Spider-Man might be because of the biological aspect. Yeah, well, because think about it. So you've got Tobey Maguire, which is more of the Tobey Maguire version of Spider-Man, where it's more biological, right? Because he gets bitten by the radioactive spider, which alters his DNA. That's a little bit more plausible. I mean, it's still not 100% like realistic because we've never seen that in our world. But in like a story that's realistic, like in a sense where like we can believe that it's a plausible scenario. The Tom Holland version is very technological based, right? So that also makes sense because all of his equipment he uses is what gets him from place to place and how he's able to use his webs. And so like fantasy can be really difficult because like there's things that like I said, with world building and with magic and understanding a magic system and how it works, an author can be going by the seat of their pants about stuff. And for some people, it just doesn't make sense. There's no realism in it. There's no like science kind of behind it for some people that they just can't wrap their head around it. And that's perfectly fine. Like that is a totally valid argument why some people cannot get into fantasy because their brains cannot wrap around that idea sometimes. That's totally fine. There's sci-fi too, you know, like for a reason. Like there's science fiction for people who can't get into fantasy as much, but they're lumped together because, you know, a lot of people who tend to like fantasy tend to like science fiction too, and vice versa. But I think too that, you know, a lot of people who don't like fantasy can also really enjoy what sci-fi has because a lot of times sci-fi is rooted in real science that people are tangibly able to understand. And it makes it easier for people to get involved. You know, like they're able to understand how things work, so they're able to enjoy that a lot more. I think they can go too far sometimes, like using a separate language when I have to keep checking the glossary for comprehension. Another perfect example. Perfectly said. Like, if you have an issue with like how the world works because you don't understand the nuances, the language, whatever the case may be, you don't like looking at the glossary. That is more than fair. You never have to justify to me specifically about why you might not get into fantasy as much as of a fantasy lover and reader as I am. Because I am such a fan of it, I understand the issues with it. I understand how there's so many things about it people cannot enjoy. And that's perfectly fair. Because there's things about sci-fi that I don't personally like, but I totally understand why people enjoy it, right? So, like, if it's hard for you to get into fantasy because, like, there's these certain things, you know, maybe fantasy's not for you. Maybe it's a genre you just can avoid. And I know you said you really like Children of Blood and Bone. Maybe find fantasy that has, you know, elements of what you like in Children of Blood and Bone in them. So, for instance, like the factions that are involved within Children of Blood and Bone with the different tribes. Find books that involve different tribes of people and how they work together. You know, if you like fantasies involving, you know, obviously the Black characters, that's what you're doing with Legendborn, right? Find other fantasies with Black characters that talk about, you know, Black experience and all those things. Like, just find my best thing for you would be if you have some series of fantasy you really enjoy, boil down to what elements specifically you like. Maybe it's the author herself. Maybe Tomi Adeyemi is just an author you really seem to jive with. She might be an auto-buy author for you, right? So, yeah, just boil it down to those elements that you really seem to enjoy about those stories and see if you can find other stories that seem to have those elements. And my hope is that you would find more fantasy you would like. But if that's not the case, that's not the case. And that's totally fine too, because, you know, everybody's taste is different. I might advocate for fantasy because I love it, but I'm never going to tell other people that they can't enjoy other genres because not everybody likes the same genre. And it seems silly to me why people like can in like any reading community can sit there and try to force people into reading certain genres when people don't really like have any real like understanding, or they don't really feel the same way about it, right? So do not ever feel like you have to justify why you can't get into it. Like with me, like some people, like they might ask you questions about it. Like, and I definitely will ask questions in the sense that I want to know what it is you like about the fantasy ones you've read. But I am not somebody who's going to judge anybody about why they don't like a certain genre. I don't like certain genres. Like romances I'm getting better with them. But 5 years ago, you would not catch me dead reading a romance because I really disdained a lot of what I thought about romance at that time, 5 years ago. Now I'm better about it. But I had that same kind of thing with romances. Like several fantasy books last year. I'll have to see if the elements are similar. See, and I think for any genre, it doesn't even matter. Fantasy, sci-fi, contemporary, whatever it is, if you have a hard time with a specific genre because it's a genre you're just not really sure what you like, whatever books you do like, look at the elements. Look at the things about the story, the characters, the world, whatever the case may be. Themes. What was the word I was just going to say? Not motifs. Tropes. What tropes do you seem to like in fantasy? Can you find other books through research that involve those same things? That's the easiest thing in terms of, like, in my mind. That's how I will tend to recommend books for people is, what is it you like about certain things? Okay, do I know of any books that might have similar vibes, similar ideas, that kind of thing? Yeah, romance was a struggle for me for a long time because I could not figure out what I wanted to read. And what I figured out was, for one, I am very much more enticed by the cartoony covers of romances. I find them much more approachable. But I also like romances with a plot involved, whether it's a plot that involves the characters, like getting to know each other, whatever the case may be. But I can't just read straight smut. I can't do it. Like, it might be enjoyable for the time I'm reading it, but it is not what I enjoy, Got caught up on like supernatural fantasies because I'm too oftentimes attached to what I believe is the one true lore of certain creatures. And see, that's like an interesting thing too, because like if you get like, especially in subgenres like the supernatural fantasies, like it's a rabbit hole. Like you can go down a massive rabbit hole of stuff like that. Like, and on top of that, like when you go down that rabbit hole, like it's hard to get out of, and then like you can't justify reading things other than that. Like, so I'm trying to think of a good example. So, like, the vampire stories, right? I definitely was one of those kids where, like, I loved vampire stories. And I almost read nothing but that for a good chunk of my life. Like, I think specifically, I remember reading, like, 3 different series in their entirety that involved just vampires. And I was convinced I was never going to read anything else. That was it. That was the end all be all. That's all I was going to read. And I don't know. I don't even remember how exactly like I got out of that. But I think I just found something that involved like that kind of unrequited love aspect that I think is involved in a lot of vampire supernatural like stories. And I think that was what got me into a lot of other series, honestly, because I'm a sucker for the unrequited love trope, truthfully. Or the star-crossed lovers one. Star-crossed lovers is also one of my favorite tropes. I'm a sucker. I can't help it. Yeah, see, in my thing, like, I totally understand why people, like, love smut. I totally get it. Again, I'm never going to judge somebody for liking a certain genre just because I don't get it. Like, I can read it, but it's not the thing I love. Like, and if I read a romance, like I said, for me personally, the only way I'm going to enjoy a romance is if, it has good, sexy scenes. If there's a little bit of a plot involved between the characters or like some other overarching thing. And if I feel like the book is approachable with a little bit of a cartoony cover. I'm a little more leery of the person, like pictures, like the Harlequin romances that you would see like in the grocery store that your grandmother would hide from you because like you were too young to read those books kind of thing. Like, I can't do those covers. They are not approachable to me in any way. But that's not to say that I will never read those, because I do have a couple of them on my Kindle. They're just not the ones I tend to go for unless I've heard people, like friends that I trust who read romances, say that I'm going to like it because of certain tropes or whatever the case may be. Usually a true crime, mystery, thriller, psychological thriller, horror, biography, self-help genre. I think I've been lumping sci-fi and fantasy together. That is more than fair. Sci-fi and fantasy get lumped together all the time because they're basically genres that are outside of our norm, right? Sci-fi is, like, if you think about it, it's a lot of times placed in the future, involving expansive technology that we are never going to be able to obtain in this lifetime, right? Or it's very rare if that kind of happens. Fantasy, it's a whole other freaking world most of the time. Then you get into like urban fantasy where like it's more, rooted in the real world and there's magical elements, but it's still a different kind of world. So that's why they get lumped together a lot of times, because it's very out of reach of what we know. So it is not at all a surprise why people lump them together outside of like a bookstore. They're always put together next to each other in a bookstore because it does make the most sense in terms of like looking at like a mystery as opposed that's like could be like in real world, real time kind of thing. And then you have like a whole area that's dedicated to things that are not really a part of our world currently. I think that like the best way though to think of like the difference in sci-fi and fantasy is think of like how sci-fi is rooted in more real applications of life. Like the technology that is created a lot of times in sci-fi is based on either things that have already been created that are kind of expanded on, or it's kind of idealized things that we are looking forward to in the future. So think of like any of the space operas, like Star Wars, for instance. A weapon that is like a laser, that's pretty cool, right? Like that's a technology that we could be trying to figure out what to make with. And giant spaceships like that, we all want to do interstellar travel. Is it going to be possible in the next 100 years? I doubt it. But we want to do that. Like we want to have like our own, Star Trek, Starship Enterprise. We want to be able to do that. It's not going to happen anytime soon, but we want to do that. And that's kind of what I think with sci-fi is that like, it's based in either actual things that we already have that are expanded on, or it's things that we're like, dude, that would be so cool to have. What if there was like a point in time where we had this thing, or we were able to get in contact with this alien life form that could very easily be out there that, that we don't know about, because we don't know. We don't know what's out there in space. We don't know if there's actually life on other planets. It's possible. What if we had a story that was rooted in that? That's kind of what I think. Planning to read more fantasy and romance books this year. Going to try to read Jade City in 7 days in June this year. So Jade City, I believe, is kind of like a really interesting one because it is fantasy. But if I'm not mistaken, it has some sci-fi-esque elements to it. Like just the way that I hear the world described in it and some of the technology that's involved, it sounds like there might be some sci-fi-ish elements. I've not read it myself, so I'm not 100% certain. But it's possible. There's some things about it that I've heard that I'm like, that kind of sounds like something, that could be technology-based. Could it end up being somewhere in the sci-fi realm? I don't know. 7 days in June, though. I've not heard of that one. That is not one I am familiar with. Wow, I've been talking for a long time. My throat is parched. I am so glad, though, that you guys are super engaged. Like, that makes me very happy that you guys are so, like, interested in talking. And, like, we're comfortable. Like, we're talking about some really interesting things. Like, that's what I love about these sprints and stuff. It's like, I feel like I get to hang out with people that, are interested in what I have to say. And I just like being able to hear what other people have to say too, because I like, especially when it comes to somebody like, I'm going to call you Thrifty, Thrifty, you know, like somebody who's not, you're kind of like in a, I don't know, like you're somebody who doesn't like jive with fantasy as much, right? And that's okay. I love fantasy, but I love that you don't, or you're trying to figure out if you do, because that experience is your experience. And I love seeing people experience what they have to do or what they have to find out. Like it makes me happy to see people figuring their own things out that they like and they don't like about certain genres, so that they can then go it forward and continue reading what they do enjoy, finding out what they want to read, finding out what they think works best for them. It's such a wonderful experience to see. And it just makes me happy to see you be able to experience that and share that experience with us, me and everybody else that's here. Like, that's just amazing to me. I love that. I love that so much for you. And although I know it must be frustrating for you right now, I love that for you, because it's showing that you're thinking, you're figuring out how you want to interact with your stories that you read. And that's a wonderful thing. That's all about what being a reviewer is about, is how do you experience what you read? How do you take what it is you're reading and interact with it? I love it so much. It's cool to try things out of your comfort zone. Exactly. And I just love seeing that. Like, you can see how big my smile is. I love seeing that. I love hearing that, like, as frustrating as it might be, that you're making attempts, and that even if you don't end up liking Legendborn, and even if you end up down the road not finding you like fantasy, you'll find something you like. And that is, sorry, picture. Isn't that the whole thing about the human experience, truthfully, in all aspects? Have I drank too much wine? Is it possible? It probably is. I feel like I've been getting on my soapbox. I apologize. But I mean, okay, in all honesty, for everybody that's new here, that's not familiar with me, this is kind of how I am. I'm very passionate about anything to do with reading. That is why I have a BookTube channel. I'm very passionate about people reading and finding what they love. No such thing as too much wine. Destiny, you get it. You get me. No, I'm okay. I get on a soapbox a lot of times because I'm very passionate about what I love. And what I love is reading. I've been a reader ever since I was a little kid. It has always been something I have found to be a point that is a light in my life, right? I'm so glad that, like, this is a conversation that you're enjoying, because I want that to be an experience that is good for you. I want you to be able to experience good things in your reading, even if some things might not be great starting out, right? So I don't know. I'm very, very passionate about a lot of things. Like, I could talk your guys' ears off about so many different things. I mean, first of all, I've got Loki here from Marvel. I could talk to your ears off about him and the multiverse in Marvel. I could talk to you about music, because I have two pictures here of the same artist that I met over the summer that I absolutely love. I could talk your guys' ears off about my witchy stuff, because I've been a practicing witch now for like over a year, and I love it. It is my favorite thing in the world. Talk your guys' ears off about reading, like, genuinely. Like, I'm very passionate about a lot of things. And I'm also very passionate about watching people and hearing people talk about their own experiences with the things that they enjoy or the things that they're struggling with, in order to find what they enjoy, if that makes sense. Like, it might be a struggle to figure out what you like, But to then see you figure out what you like, that is what I love to see. I love seeing people's growth, basically. That's it. Wow, I need to shut up for a minute, I think. It's fine, it's fine. Okay. Why don't we get through this next sprint? I've been talking for a long time, so this may be our last sprint. I apologize, but it might not be. We'll see. We'll see what happens, okay? Y'all want to guess what I rolled? I'll give you a hint. It's more than 9. It'll be our last sprint. I'll say that. Definitely be our last sprint. It's a good long one. No, it's not a 5. It's not a 5. It's less. Did I say less than 9? I meant more than 9. I apologize. Brain not working. Growth is present when we're uncomfortable. Yes, exactly. Growth is present when we're uncomfortable. I could not have said it better myself. Wonderful. Close. 11. Yeah. Okay. So, I apologize. I meant more than 9, not less than 9. Sorry, Thrifty. I think I misspoke there. So yeah, that is going to be a 55-minute sprint. It is a good, long one to end off the night. And hold on. I gotta get one put up because that last timer I had to look up. I might have to look up another one for this one. Yeah, okay, there we go. So, excuse me. All right, well, before we get into this last sprint, I do want to thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate, especially everybody that just randomly found my channel and just wanted to come hop into some sprints tonight. I really appreciate your time. I appreciate the conversation. This is, like I said, this is something I love doing. And I really wanted this year to advocate for myself to do more reading sprints, to one, get myself to read more during my weekends, and two, to just reach out to my community a little bit more. Because I know that like I'm a fairly small channel, but I definitely have some people that, love to be here. And I feel like I enjoy this, even if I'm just talking to myself and I'm the only person here. This is something I love. I don't care if nobody shows up. I don't care if hundreds of people show up. It doesn't matter to me because I just like doing this. But I really appreciate everybody's time, and I'm glad you guys are, getting through your stuff. Let's see if we can get people to finish anything today. Danielle, I'm looking at you. I'm thinking you're going to be able to finish your book in the sprint. But yeah, just thank you all so much for being here. We'll definitely wrap things up after this sprint again, and because that way we'll have a proper goodbye. But for right now, we're going to get started with this next sprint. So everybody, 55 minutes. I will see you all at the 15-minute mark. All right, go. Okay, everybody. Final sprint is now done. Princess, if you are still here, yes, I am up late. I don't normally do my sprints this time of the day, but I had some things going on today that I needed to do, and so I decided to do these pretty late. But I might start doing them later than the afternoon like I've been doing. Hi, you're still here. Okay, hi. Um, I might start changing my sprints to later in the day. This seemed to be really nice for a lot of people. And for me, it was a really nice way to just wind down for the night. So, wow, I got through so much more Black Sun today than I thought I was going to. I got to like page 160 something, I think. And I just started it beginning of sprints. So it's a lot. 35 pages for Destiny. Awesome. Love to see it. Where did I end up? Yeah. 161 of Black Sun. And so far it's actually pretty good. I like it, but again, I think for everybody that was listening to me talk about it earlier, I like it, but the jumping back and forth in the timelines for certain characters does not jive with me. That is like a pet peeve of mine. And another pet peeve of mine is the lack of notation of like who we are looking through the perspective of at the beginning of chapters. I really hate that. Like, I really, really dislike that, especially when it comes to like the timeline stuff. But otherwise, so far, it's pretty okay. I like it. I mean, we've only really just, I think, started the real plot of the story moving forward, where like I don't want to say anything though without spoiling it for people, in case anybody has not read it. But I'm like about a third of the way through currently. Yay, Danielle, you finished Blackout. Woo! That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. I am so glad that you really enjoyed it. That makes me very, very excited for when I get to hopefully read it this year. At some point. It will be done this year, but whether it's going to be this month, I don't know. It's going to depend on how fast I can get through the rest of it. 66% of the way through Legendborn. Yay, Thrifty! Yay! Oh, I'm so happy for you. I hope that it's getting better. I hope Legendborn is getting so much better for you. And I really hope that if it's not yet, that by the end of it, it turns out well for you. And I hope that you come by next weekend and let me know what you thought of it, because I would love to hear how that whole thing ended up for you if you end up finishing it by next weekend. I would love to hear your thoughts on it. But, okay, it is very late for me. It is 12:18 in the morning for me currently, so I should be going to bed soon. It is a Saturday night, but my little man down here likes to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning most times to go pee, but I think that if I take him out now, he won't have to wake up until probably later. So that'll be great. But yay, it's getting better. That's good. Oh, yay. I hope that you end up at least liking it. Maybe not loving it, but at least liking it a little bit by the time that you finish up. So anyway, speaking of little man, hold on. Come here, buddy. Oh, you're not sleepy boy. Oh, sleepy boy. I know. Okay, guys. All right, me and Mr. Oscar here are going to head off and go to bed. You guys can see how sleepy he is. The poor puppy. But thank you guys all so much for joining me today. I hope you guys had a good time. And I, like I said, do this every Saturday. So please feel free to subscribe so that if you're new, you can see when I go live again. Oh, big yawn. I know, big yawns. But yeah, so anyway, and then you guys can go follow any of my other socials if you would like to. I have my Goodreads, Instagram, Twitter down there. I think TikTok is down there. I don't know, but if not, it's fine. You know, search up The Curious Owl. You'll find me basically pretty much everywhere. And then I'm also on Twitch if you like Sims 4 content and readings. I'll do some reading sprints over there sometimes. So yeah, I know, Mom, shut up. Let's go to bed. Okay, all right. Hope everybody has a good rest of your day or night, and I will see all of you guys next time. Goodbye. Say bye-bye, Oscar. Oh, let her yawn. Bye-bye.